به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد. شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن، به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد. شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. ای ایران ایران دور از دامان پاکت دست دگران بدگوهران، ای عشق سوزان ای شیرین ترین رویای من، تو بمان در دل و جان. ای ایران ایران گلزار سبزت دور از تاراج خزان، جور زمان ای مهر رخشان ای روشنگر دنیای من به جهان، تو بمان. سبزی صد چمن سرخی خون من، سپیدی طلوع سحر به پرچمت نشسته. شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن بمان که تا ابد هستیم به هستی تو بسته. ای ایران ایران دور از دامان پاکت دست دگران بدگوهران، ای عشق سوزان ای شیرین ترین رویای من، تو بمان در دل و جان. ای ایران ایران گلزار سبزت دور از تاراج خزان، جور زمان ای مهر رخشان، ای روشنگر دنیای من به جهان، تو بمان در روح و جان من، میمانی ای وطن، به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد، شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن، که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن، به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد، شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن، که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن، به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد، شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن، که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. ای ایران ایران دور از دامان پاکت دست دگران، بدگوهران ای عشق سوزان، ای شیرین ترین رویای من تو بمان در دل و جان. ای ایران ایران گلزار سبزت دور از تاراج خزان جور زمان. ای مهر رخشان ای روشنگر دنیای من به جهان تو بمان. سبزی صد چمن سرخی خون من سپیدی طلوع سحر به پرچمت نشسته. شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن بمان که تا ابد هستیم به هستی تو بسته. ای ایران ایران دور از دامان پاکت دست دگران بدگوهران. ای عشق سوزان ای شیرین ترین رویای من تو بمان در دل و جان. ای ایران ایران گلزار سبزت دور از تاراج خزان جور زمان. ای مهر رخشان ای روشنگر دنیای من به جهان تو بمان. در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد. شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد. شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن، به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد. شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. ای ایران ایران دور از دامان پاکت دست دگران بدگوهران، ای عشق سوزان ای شیرین ترین رویای من تو بمان در دل و جان. ای ایران ایران گلزار سبزت دور از تاراج خزان جور زمان. ای مهر رخشان ای روشنگر دنیای من به جهان تو بمان. سبزی صد چمن سرخی خون من، سپیدی طلوع سحر به پرچمت نشسته. شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن بمان که تا ابد هستیم به هستی تو بسته. ای ایران ایران دور از دامان پاکت دست دگران بدگوهران، ای عشق سوزان ای شیرین ترین رویای من تو بمان در دل و جان. ای ایران ایران گلزار سبزت دور از تاراج خزان جور زمان. ای مهر رخشان ای روشنگر دنیای من به جهان تو بمان. در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن، به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد. شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن، که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن، به زیر پا فتدان دلی
Okay. Well, it's 3:15 here in Tehran, so as per usual, with a little bit of a delay, but I'm ready to start the coverage of Game 2 of Women's World Championship Final. Then if Anastasia will join or not, hopefully she will. Well, so the second game out of 4 games, which will be, well, a maximum of 4 classical games will be played, and I think, yeah, looking at how the things are now, I don't see anyone winning 2.5-1/2. Actually, I'm not sure if it ever happens in the history, if it ever happened in the history of women's World Championships finals, so that not all 4 games were needed. Okay, so today Tan Zhongyi plays with the white pieces. D4, D5 was the opening. Yeah, actually, once again, a quick, let's say, quick reminder of what has happened yesterday. And I had a little talk with Anna, and she said, well, she was preparing for a couple of days, but failed to guess the first move right. So this E6, E4, E6 yesterday from Tan Zhongyi came as a surprise, and therefore Anna, well, didn't really get anything from the opening. I was, to remind you, a first game she made a draw with white. Before that she won all the games with white. Now let's see what's gonna happen in her first black game against Tan Zhongyi. So it's a Slav, knight c3, e6. And this used to be, well, this used to be the main repertoire opening for Anna Muzychuk before she started to play Grunfeld, right? So, Queen d3 was played, and Queen d3, as perhaps most of you know, is not the main move by far, not the main move. So e3, bishop g5. Recently, g3 became quite a popular alternative to those 2 main moves. Queen d3 with the idea to play e4 is, of course, also possible. To be honest, I've never understood the difference, say, between Queen d3 and Queen b3. And, of course, the difference is only if black takes, what Muzychuk did in our game. So black simply took over here. Then it doesn't really make a difference if the queen was on b3 or on d3. But as, yeah, first let me show. D takes, queen takes, b5, queen went to d3, and black played a7, a6. So not all that much different from the Meran variation. At least black's actions here are not all that much different from the Meran. I just don't know if a6 is somewhat okay. Must be one of the main setups. a6. I think now what they try to play, they go e4 and then c5 and something like that should be actually. Don't know really. It looks very much playable. Wait, a6. I'm thinking what else apart from a6 might have been, because b4 seems to be a decent move here in this case with bishop a6 to follow. I think this used to be, no, not knight b5, of course. Bishop, knight here, bishop a6, queen c2. This used to be the theoretical line some time ago. Queen a5, so on. Yeah, I'm still trying to tell the difference between queen d3 and queen b3, because that if black takes doesn't really make a difference. But after queen d3, is there any kind of downside for black? Sorry, for white, queen d3. Yeah, thinking possibly like something like b6 and then play bishop to a6. Not quite sure. Again, well, bit surprising to see white thinking after move 7, particularly in the position which white had prepared, it seems, right? Because 5 queen d3 is, as I said, not the main line, so it's either you know it or you prepare it particularly for the game, and then to stop and start thinking after a couple of moves more is somewhat surprising. So let me try to understand what does it mean. e4 again. Yeah, perhaps I have to mention that, yeah, a6 with the idea c5, if you do something slowish, like bishop g5, for instance, if you don't play e4, if you play any other move, I think black is just in time to go c5. Wait, here though I'm not 100% sure. d5, it might be as well a critical line. Here it's tricky again, because black is kind of, on one hand, is not forced to play c5, but then if you do something, I mean, for instance, let's say something very silly, takes, and then what? White can actually play this move. Even this move must be very comfortable for white, because okay, we played bishop g5 and took on f6 like in Moscow variation, right? So imagine here e6, bishop to g5, h6, takes. Right, and then we would go here, and black doesn't take on c4. I mean, now all of a sudden I'm transposing to the position. Wait, a6, g3, bishop to g2. Transposing to the position I kind of had here in this line, which I think must be somewhat better for white, and pretty much in spirit of Catalan. So c5 won't be all that easy to achieve. Bishop g2 and so on. But still, after this, I think critical should be this move, e4, if of course it works. So c5, for instance. I don't even know if this can make any sense. It's probably too primitive, right? Okay, after c5, let's put it this way. White has a few options how to deal with the center. I can play d5, I can possibly try to push e5, which also makes sense, or I can take on c5. I'm still not sure which one is the... Well, perhaps dc5 is not the main move, I mean, not the most challenging moves. It's like quite a modest attempt, even though after queen takes, I assume black has to take on d3, bishop d3, and bishop c5. Even this, I wouldn't be absolutely sure if it's equal, because, yeah, e5 comes with the tempo, then knight goes to e4. This pawn I'll be able to protect. You know, after all, white has somewhat more space. So even, no, but again, it's very strange, I mean, to play e4 and then to take on c5 after c5. The more Tanjongi thinks, the more I think that probably, well, maybe Anna Muzichuk's choice is not the most popular one. As I said, I think this is how the line goes. Queen goes here, b3, bishop to a6, queen c2, and then something. And now bishop e7, or, yeah, c5 doesn't really work. Say this, e4, oops. e7, e4, bishop takes, probably king takes. This is much more in spirit of this line. Right, after a6, Tanjongi played e2, e4. What's the time of the players? We don't have a record of time now. It's quite strange. Yeah, we used to have this little window where it was shown how much time the players have. Okay, I got a feeling like most of the time was spent by Tan Zhongyi. And also, I mean, from my previous experience, I can say that usually Anna Muzychuk, I mean, plays like 5-6 moves very quickly, even if, let's say, if her opponent has surprised her. Because she is well prepared, and basically you don't stop. Say, okay, imagine you play e4 and then you prepared for Sicilian, don't know, e1, e5, and all of a sudden your opponent plays knight f6, lurking defense. Still, you would go for e5 quite quickly, that's what I mean. So you probably won't stop and think on move 2. Right, so e4 and c5 was played. So now, yeah, actually this line I've mentioned, probably it's not such a great idea against Anna Muzychuk. I mean, to take here. By the way, I'm thinking, can I do something else? Because I didn't like all that much what has happened. Takes, bishop 5. What was e5 was the move, right? So that if knight g4, go there. Knight g4 is probably not all that great, yeah. Because I thought check, but then king e2. Then I go king e2, and probably will drive this knight to h6. You are in time to play knight c6. Bishop goes to f4, and black fails to put pressure on e5, and therefore after h3 on the next move, knight will have to go to h6. And then, yeah, I mean, white all of a sudden gets quite harmonious setup with knight d6 to follow. Okay, so somewhere here, as I said, here I was not very happy for black. This doesn't look all that attractive either. Knight e4. Again, the pawn can be protected with the bishop from dc5, by the way, was played. I thought it, well, to me it looked like, you know, a safe option, but I thought it will never be played, actually. So that's why I was that keen to look at it, because I thought it will never be played, so we'll get some position to discuss, but now, as there is a moment, let's check a bit this dc5, which looks like a bit of a pensioner's move. But, yeah, so far I've failed to find the comfortable equality for black. I'm starting to wonder, perhaps I don't have to, you know, strangely enough, it might be that I don't have to take on d3. What happens if I, yeah, well, actually, it will be up for Anna Muzychuk to choose, because one of the moves I can actually think of is something like, well, hard to believe in this one, but queen a5. So that, well, to leave white's queen on d3, to play knight to d7. I mean, ideally, black wants to put the knight on d7 and then grab the pawn on c5 with the knight, also winning a tempo on white's queen being on d3. That, of course, would have been the best scenario. Well, so takes, But I still feel like it shouldn't be all that bad for black after a capture. So I'm thinking perhaps I have to start with this little move. So that there is no b4, bishop e3, there is knight g4, of course. e5 probably is not all that pleasant to face. Knight d7, and I don't know, bishop e4 is quite annoying actually. Bishop e4, yeah. Now it's Mosechuk's turn to start thinking. And again, I'm not quite sure what's the next move is. So once again, a capture followed by bishop c5. What we were not happy with was this move, e5. Now in case of knight g4, there is knight e4 attacking the bishop, and then threatening to play h3 and send this knight to h6, which is maybe okay. Let's make a few moves. Bishop b6, h3, so that you have to go here. And then I don't know, with bishop on b6, it makes me really want to give a check in this moment. Now it's already, you can feel it's sorts of awkward for white, for black, of course. I mean, white gets a lot of, so a check. Oops. And I'm wondering where to play. King d7, it's bishop g5 here. No, it's just bad perhaps. So after knight e4, probably black has to give a check, after which I should, actually this one, bishop d2 is also not all that clear, so that if black takes, I take with the knight. And, yeah, but there is knight d7, and then I drop the pawn. First I thought for knight c6, after which it's bishop e4 with the tempo, and after bishop b7 or d7, the knight is still pinned, so I can play h3. And I thought, okay, this will be good for white, but black has knight d7, and yeah, I think black simply does fine in this line after bishop b4, and if white plays bishop d2. White's other option is to go king e2, after which it's far less clear, let's say far less obvious, how black is planning to get a counterplay. Knight c6 or knight d7 answered with same bishop f4. I'm wondering, don't know if it can work. Knight d7, say bishop f4, and something with either f6 or f5, trying to, not sure actually. 5 might simply a bad move. Now I realize that I can, for instance, play h3, even here, so that if black takes, white takes, attacking the rook, then takes the knight over here. Knight f2, then it's still quite tricky. So, okay, let's check the principal thing, because I don't know if it's f6 or f5 or f6. Let's say black goes f6, more or less forces white to take. And then, well, to me it looks clear white is better, but to tell you how much it is, say this knight goes to takes on f6, knight from g4 takes on f6. I don't know, a4, nearly on everything you'll move, it's an idea. Can take, perhaps, take f6, so that if pawn takes, I mean, this somehow always looks somewhat better for white. I mean, a better pawn structure, probably, arguably, a better placed pieces for the moment. I mean, better development, that's I'm sure. Plus, white already starts disturbing the pawns here. Now we have a situation with the clock, and yeah, roughly equal amount of 15 minutes spent by each player. So this time it's hard to tell if someone surprised the opponent. It's basically they just play, and for a change they play quite slowly compared to previous game. And this, to be honest, I mean, especially if queens are coming off, which is, yeah, let's try one more time the thing I was trying to do, queen a5. Let me finish this sentence. If queens are coming off, it starts to resemble this Karjakin-Carlsen. I mean, yesterday was quite a dry, let's say it was quite a dry game, right? I mean, a white tried to play on, and then even black tried to play on, but in a position with two pieces each. It was queen and knight against queen and bishop in defined pawn structure. So, and then the moment when there was a lot of pieces on the board, we actually missed quite quickly. So everything was exchanged about move 20. So players are a bit tired, and they really don't want to complicate it unnecessarily, but rather to try to win a simple game. Let's see. They don't have so many games as those guys in Carlsen against Karjakin. So once they will have to play for a win. It's 4 games only. But anyway, it's first game for Tanjangi, so why not to try to play, let's say, safe, to play risk-free. Okay, dc5 played, and yeah, let me try this move, which is quite ambitious on one hand, but as I said, for instance now, if white wants e5, that's what we were trying to do with white. Now e5 is probably just a stupid move. I'll go to d7, and already here I want to take on c5, while there is no obvious way for white to protect the pawn. By the way, queen goes to, I said there is no obvious way for white, and immediately I realized there is queen e4, obviously with this idea. So if you happen to play rook a7, then after b4, white is just a pawn up, protects everything. So black already will have to do something like, I don't know, b4, which might prove to be not bad though. So that takes, ups, queen a8, for instance. I take c3, threatening something, and queen is still somewhat, actually this must be good. b4, and if you retreat the knight anywhere, so then I play rook a7 and will surely win the c5 pawn. By the way, here there is still a pin, so you can play knight d5 even though it's less clear, because then white starts winning tempi. Takes, I mean, now you're more or less forced to take. Bishop takes, b4, again a bit tricky here, but probably bishop d2. This I don't like for black. Black still has to win the pawn back, and yeah, white is somewhat better developed in the moment, and I don't see what black's achievements are. So I would actually play knight fd7 in case of e5. But first black has to play queen a5. Once again, I'm not claiming that it's a best move. Once again, not claiming that it's the best move, but probably one of the attempts, right? To say, to play for all 3 results. to keep the queens, and most likely the structure will still be symmetrical, right? But for instance, after that, bishop d2, I play b4 with black, driving the knight away. Somehow I don't know, knight, maybe b to d7, or to start with this one, and then again, then I have to make sure that I'll never lose my b4 pawn, right? So I have to be able to take on c5 to play knight c6. So this keeps it complex, but as well, you can imagine in some line that, well, white will misplay something and get a worse position. If you happen to take on d3 with black, you are more or less playing for draw only. So takes, and as I said, black has, as for now at least, black has no reason whatsoever to be better. White is better developed, and meanwhile, wait a sec, did I try to protect? No, not really. No, I'm thinking, can I try to take c5 with the piece, like playing, don't know, starting knight c6 possibly, to prevent b4, and then to take this one with the knight. But again, I can't believe really this bishop e4. And I stopped right there, right? Bishop b7, and I said, don't like it all that much, and probably I'm right on this one, b4, because I don't really see how black wins the pawn back. Not at all. Well, hang on, maybe castle long all of a sudden, so that at least e5 is hanging. Not that I'm a big fan of black's position in this case, but at least e5 is hanging. And so does b4, obviously, right? So maybe I'll have to, as white, I'll probably have to take and play. Well, don't know. Bishop g5 is sort of attractive. There is bishop f4. There are actually attempts to refute black's strategy altogether by playing something like a4, which is probably not a good move, but you know, I mean, just to try to play for an initiative, which I'm not sure if it works, and maybe, in fact, maybe I have to accept that it doesn't. Knight e5, and then, you know, too many of them threats. Takes, rook d4, I'm simply, yeah, it's black who will have initiative now. So I have to be a bit more careful. But after castle, yeah, I'll probably take, and just play bishop f4 to protect e5. It's a pawn up for white. It's not the position you really like to play. Bishop f4, by the way, keeping white, knight g5. So, dc5, so if you take on knight c6, you might not win the pawn back. That's what I mean. Right. So, and bishop takes c5 at once was played, allowing white to take on d8. Allowing white to take on d8 himself, which is quite an interesting follow-up, I must say. So at least it doesn't really develop white all that much. Hang on, what happens if white pushes e5 anyway? Doesn't it really lead to a previous line? Because, okay, I mean, queen d3, bishop d3 would be just a transformation, just a transposition, because I was, yeah, in this previous line, let's say if black would take on c5, I was playing e4, e5, I was claiming that this is better. Now, black took on d8. Okay, king takes d8. Then she has some ideas, perhaps. Actually, I don't like black's position at all, if I'm honest. Well, you have e5 as an idea. You have various things with, you know, even like this, knight e5, which is a bit boring move. Threatening f7, say king e7 and f3. And it also might prove to be somewhat more pleasant. Might prove to be somewhat more pleasant for white. Especially if if I'll manage to exchange this guy on c5. You're not very comfortable making your next move, for instance. Once again. But what I do, I play a4 perhaps. And after b4, I go to d1. That was my point. I'm not sure if I'm all that. No, probably that's nonsense. I had some illusions like I'll play here, bishop d4, but those pawns are probably not all that weak. Anyway, this setup with white's pawn on e4 and f3, restricting the f6 knight and wait, that doesn't have to be like this. f6 knight and the b7 bishop restricted by this f3 for pawns formation. But once again, I'm trying to play something quite modest while white potentially has straightforward attacking prospects after e5. Why don't we try e5? And then if knight goes here, then once again knight e4 with the tempo. This is less clear though, because after a check, it's not all that harmonious. With my bishop being on d3, I was playing king e2 and was very happy. Here, I'll have to play king e2, but I perhaps should be less happy because my bishop is stuck on f1. Not clear what you do though with black pieces, so you can play knight d7, for instance. I'll go bishop f4. You can play bishop b7. But I assume it's gonna finish one day, all your moves, all your active moves, let's say. Not sure, it's just an assumption. Knight g5, and then say black goes king e7. Don't know. h3 and oops. No, not h4, but h3. h3, in fact, h6 will trap the knight on g5, so I might say take f2, then play h6. Probably won't be doing all that bad in this case. So I'm not sure. It does look like an immediate capture bishop c5 is more precise than this one, queen takes, bishop takes, and bishop c5. And I'm not quite sure about white's exchange on d8. But still, as I said, I mean, so many possible ways for white that I don't really think. Now, wait a sec. What happens if I play bishop d3? Anyway, it's kind of to be ready to go king e2. Yes, black gets a tempo or two tempi, let's say in this case. What was that? Hang on, c5, dc5. This we had with a white to move, right? This one we have with black to move. But isn't this king on d8 misplaced or something? king e7, e5, knight d7, I don't know, something like to try to claim that bishop g5 is not all that much of a threat. Or, I don't know, before it comes into my mind. So that the idea would be black will have knight d5. No, but wait. This one I don't like completely. Bishop e7, and then white can actually... No, bishop e7, knight b6. No, white is winning probably in the lines I'm giving. So it's ridiculous. Maybe bishop b7, so that e5 gives black an opportunity to go knight d5. E5 gives black possibility to go knight d5. Not that this position is all that attractive. Knight e4, and once again a check from g5 if needed. I think still we might as well claim that white is better, even here, after a modest bishop d3 move. Okay, so we did not have any middle game in game 2, which is actually I'm trying to recognize Tan Zhongyi's games that she won. Most of them, I think it had something to do with complexity, something with middle games. Okay, she won a clear-cut attacking game against Harika in, I'm talking about the classical game 1, so Nimtza with some fine maneuvers. She has knocked out Zhu Wenjun in a complex Catalan with broken material, with, well, it was 2 rooks for her versus 3 minor pieces in some ending, and before that it was a lot of tactics. So what I mean, perhaps she doesn't feel all that comfortable in the technical, let's say, in the technical positions. So this might kind of explain Muzychuk's choice. But as well, the position itself looks like it must be better for white. Right, I think I'll give players some time, so it's move 10 only after almost 1 hour of play. Give players some time, and we'll return when more moves will be played, and yeah, at least the plans of the sides will be clarified. Perhaps I'll check if it already has happened in the players' practice beforehand. Not this ending, I believe, but something, I mean, this line, Queen d3, for instance, in what Muzychuk was playing against it. Okay, so a short break, and, well, a lot of breaks.
Land of mountain, of mountain.
Well, we are, I think, finally back on air. I have to apologize, and I have a witness who is next to me that I was trying to go on air all the time, but
Yes,
we did not really have technical ability. Not that we missed all that much, I have to say. So maybe, yeah, well, actually, it was like almost 1 hour off. And this position was the position I left after exchange of queens. One of the moves I was trying to make for white, I mean, I tested e5, I thought of a4 something. One of the moves I played for white was bishop d3, the move which was played in the game.
Do you think it's all home preparation, or they started to play over the board?
I believe it's not. It's not. I mean, actually, this is, if we are to speak of who surprised whom, we have to go back to, don't know, like move 4, move. Because maybe move 1. Muzychuk known to play Slav, right? But recently she's more of a Grunfeld player. She, well, plays a lot of Grunfeld.
I think it started after the World Championship match of Maria Muzychuk. They were preparing, probably it's against during the match or before the match. So I remember her playing it after.
Yeah. Okay, I do remember Anna playing Grunfeld in Istanbul Olympia 2012, so it was, before. Before the match.
Okay. So actually, the interesting thing about the position which is on the board, that computer evaluates it like equal or about level.
Equal
or
after
level.
Queen's exchange, you
Yes.
mean this one?
Yes. So, but in fact, I'm not sure. What do you think? I mean, whom would you prefer to play with, white or black?
No, I mean, there is no question. It's, well, if you are free to pick the side, it's white.
It's white, yes.
It's
so,
no question, of course. The other thing is that it might be that white is not really getting anything substantial. Like, by the way, we have to move a bit because now Anna played the move, and I think, as we already confessed, that we use the computer from time to time. I think she did something which computer was not recommending. So we will have to find out why. Okay, here, bishop d3, bishop b7, e5. Then, yeah, but using the computer. We don't have the computer now, but as it was such a long break, so
yes,
we, of course,
we
checked, we had nothing to do. So now, once again, I can kind of rewind and explain what computer was saying in this position, telling whatever. But in the present position, I don't really remember what's going on. So e5, and now, as Anastasia said, it was an equal position according to not very deep evaluation of some program. I don't even know what program they used, which was based on this line. Knight goes to d7, knight e4, and knight c6, giving the bishop, and this is something human players don't like to do all that much. I mean, even if I can believe that this will be an equal position, probably there is nothing wrong for black.
It's still hard to give the
I
pair
don't
of
know.
bishops.
I'll probably go here then and try to... Actually, not a bad question. How do you stabilize with black? Okay, we know it's equal position, but...
I don't know if computer evaluation we can trust. Actually, can we trust computer evaluation in this type of positions where
probably yes. I mean, the thing is, now computers are, don't get me wrong, computers are much stronger than we are. Like, at least much stronger than me now trying to give the position evaluation in half a minute, right? The thing is, for instance, here you go, that's the position, you have to play it with black, you have an information, it's an equal position. But any single move I can think about, in a couple of moves I see, oh, okay, black has some problem. So it's not precisely equal. Imagine a situation, I have 10 various tries with white, after which you have strictly only move to keep the position balanced.
So,
does it mean equal for a computer? Yes. The computer evaluation will be 0, 0, 0, which is not right. So this is an important thing. So maybe, once again, I'm not claiming that this is such kind of position, but you should not always trust this 0-0-0 evaluation.
But I think if Anna went for this position, probably she thinks that she should equalize, or that it's not really dangerous for black or something like this.
This was
this
was very interesting moment, because she played a6 without, I mean, quite quickly. I mean, spending some time, but quite quickly. After e4, you probably have to play c5. Yeah, and apart from f6, of course, there is this line which I was trying to... Actually, I still don't remember how it's played, but something like this. Bishop a6, queen c2. Then you play some move with white. With black. I don't remember which one. All right. So, a6.
As we all remember, Anna Muzychuk has a birthday today. And I just wonder, is it easier to play when you have birthday, or it's opposite way?
We all remember. I had no idea, actually.
You had no idea?
I had no idea if...
I thought maybe you mentioned it already.
No, I did not say anything.
Yes, so, okay, then I can say that one of the participants of the final has birthday today. It's 28th of February. So she has to play on her birthday. Last time, I remember in New York, Magnus Carlsen also had birthday in the day of the tie-break against Sergei Karyakin, and
he won.
And he won.
Okay.
So
no,
doesn't mean anything again.
No parallels. Yeah, can be
Just
drawn from this one. I don't know.
I just mentioned it because it was interesting that at the press conference, Sergei Karyakin, the first thing he said, he congratulated his opponent with a birthday. He said, "Happy birthday, Magnus." Okay. And by the way, what about you? I mean, I'm sure you've played many games on your birthday, because there were many tournaments.
Not all that much.
During this period.
When you said I kept quiet, trying to understand. I'm sure I'm not, not in the big plus, so to speak. I did win a couple of games on my birthday, I can remember. I did lose quite a few games on my birthday, so I don't really think it helps to play on one's birthday. Yeah, it's just
more
day. More or less, yeah. I think for Anna especially, it's just one working day, and yeah, first of all. So we say it's a birthday, but as well, if she wins the match, so that will be a real celebration. So,
that's true.
And at some point, you just stop really celebrating those birthdays.
I think she's still in the age when you can celebrate your birthday. Today she turns 27, I guess. And
I thought to be polite and not to reveal this information.
Yes, okay, but it's easy to check with chess players. You have no chance to.
Okay,
to
knight g4. Let's talk of position a little bit.
Sorry.
A little bit. Of course, it's not important, I know, but just a little thing. I thought, by the way, that this might have been an interesting alternative. So that if you take, I think you are in a big trouble, actually. Okay, knight f2 is simply not possible, right? So you take, king goes, takes, and probably you are in trouble. I don't know, this king will never hide.
So bishop, black b6 or something?
Somewhere, yes, h3, you have to go to h6. Then, I don't know what's the most precise, check from g5 or rook d1. Rook d1 feels nice. So that if you go to c file, I already can take, go rook c1, and
knight d6,
this is awful. Yeah, this is awful. So probably you can't take, you will have to take here, knight takes, and this leads to more or less the same position, which is probably still better for white. White played knight e4, which is fine. I think as we already mentioned, knight g4 was, according to computer, was not the most precise move. So it was better to go knight to d7. Knight g4, knight e4, but again, now I'm kind of clever, I'm claiming bishop e4. Of course, knight e4 is the first thing you look at. It's move with the tempo, threatening to take the bishop. Bishop b4 check, king goes to e2, knight d7, attacking the pawn. White plays bishop f4, which is absolutely logical, knight c5. Now what Tanjungi played is seemingly not a bad move, but I'm thinking if there was anything better. Wait. Trying to understand. Might as well be that. Wait. This check always deserves attention, actually. Because now with knight on c5, where do you go?
Okay.
I mean, it's not. I'm
Actually,
more or less asking myself, yeah, but I still can't give it a proper.
Is it possible king e8 will be knight d6 immediately, right?
King d8, yeah, I'm thinking check. King, okay, let's say if we went here, let's go to f8.
Yes, and I don't know.
Then, okay, this is sort of a threat, right, to give a check to take here. A3, oops.
So, can I just take the bishop, maybe knight b7 and bishop b4?
I mean, knight to b7, yes. Knight b7, and then bishop e4. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a much better position. Must be a winning position, actually, with king being on f8 then.
So actually,
bishop g5 was an interesting alternative, and probably you should not go king e8.
Just
you should do something else. King c7 again. It's like after rook c1, maybe h to c1. This I don't know. Also looks quite attractive. So this is knight takes c5 is sort of a bit simplistic move, actually. Wait, I'm thinking. Could I play? I mean, this is a bit strange move. But no, this I don't want to do. Had some ideas, I really had, but.
After bishop g5, f6, this kind of
bishop g5, f6. Yeah. By the way, if I take,
you should take. No, somehow.
Yeah, I'm threatened. No, f6 is not possible. You see, you're not in time to do any intermediate thing because of check on g7.
But if you take and then bishop f3, no, again I don't.
Takes, knight takes.
Yes, and now
it's always gf3 or
knight,
something. Yeah, bishop f3, gf3.
Yes. And
no, this is bad. Interesting. Why wouldn't she give a check? Not that the line white went for is better. Is worse. Yeah. So takes rook hc1, which is puzzling in a way.
Yes.
Actually.
But you know.
Okay, she cannot take on f2. That's clear because of h3. Bishop went to b6. It's really strange. Why would you?
I think it's always this kind of question: which rook to put if you have a choice.
Yes, but
how many times normally you choose the right one during the game?
Well, actually, in this position, if you have two open files, at least you have to really have a justification why you put h rook on c1, because the most obvious is, of course, a to c1 and the other to d1.
Maybe there is a tactical explanation. I don't know if you put the other one, knight f2 is possible.
There must be.
No?
You mean here, knight f2?
I don't know. The first thing which comes.
Actually, you might be sort of right, but okay, what did you take?
I'm sure there is a problem with this knight on the other hand, but.
Yeah, the knight is already gone. There is no problem with this knight. It's lost already.
Yeah.
The knight. There is no problem with it. Yes, it's gone. The thing is, however, no, I don't think.
At the moment, we didn't find.
Yeah, probably this looks nice. This looks nice for white. Wait,
so.
AC1. Really, not so easy to tell because. No, what I can think about, let's say HC1, bishop B6, and then white has found some way not to protect F2. Then I can imagine. So that rook is not on H1, and white, for instance, will go A4. This I can kind of. How does it work? I have no idea. Knight F2. Bishop is hanging. Knight G5. Yeah, I was right in my guess about white not protecting F2. It's just that white played another move, knight G5. Isn't it, you know what, isn't it painful for black? I think black is in kind of a serious trouble, it looks to me at least. Something like knight g7, you have to, knight f7, you have to take it seriously, right? You can't simply give it away. You have to take it seriously.
White actually threatening to play f3 somehow.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, the critical line would be like king e8 or e7, after which white plays f3 or h3, f3, let's say.
For example.
Yeah, this looks very attractive for white. Knight h6, and then, yeah, I mean, simply black's pieces are quite misplaced. Even a4 I would not really discard completely, with the little idea that I want to play maybe a5 if you don't react. So I mean, of course, I want to take first thing to do, I want to take b5. So a4 is not a bad move. g4 is always a move in a situation like that, so that this horsey will remain on h6 for quite some time. And not to forget that, no, actually, this is purely bad. Bishop e3. I think, or no. No, it's not. Thought this check, but then king goes here. Not all that simple. And king goes here. Not all that simple. Takes. Bishop g5. Rook d1. I don't believe it, but just to illustrate that even this somehow is not absolutely safe. No, actually, what I would do, I would probably try to play g4. So h7 is hanging, you know. No, this is much better. Let's make the other move.
Yes,
so we go ac1, bishop b6,
Knight g5.
and we go knight g5. Maybe this is the refutation then. And I think white must be winning. The king will be badly placed. So bishop e3, I'm not sure. Well, the thing is that the way it is in the game, it still looks very, very good for white.
Of course, no. Just it was interesting for me.
So I'm not sure if it's
how
really
he was
needed.
making this decision to put the rook.
Somehow, for a person who is always around chess players, you still suspect them to be too logical sometimes. How do they make decisions? Okay, I want to play this move. Let's do rook c1.
It's interesting explanation.
It as well can be. I mean,
Yeah,
and
possibly.
it's not because I kind of try to claim that these players are not. No, sometimes because you
Are
can't
you
really. I
judging
mean,
from yourself?
yes. No, I mean, I have an experience spending 50 minutes on the move. I mean, on a decision if it's rook f to e8 or rook a to
Exactly, yes.
e8. You know, so it's not that I'm
I always,
not experienced in these things.
I always remember this nice example in the book of Dvoretsky when he put the rook on the wrong, let's say, file and then brought it back.
And
Admitting, let's say, there was mistake. Okay, the game didn't finish at this time, but it was like one of the examples that when the moment you make the wrong decision, you still have a chance to admit it and go back. But it's not the case in this
No,
game
here
for sure.
I like
but
rook
just,
on c1. Actually,
yes.
after this, let's try to... Yeah, probably f3 is needed, right? Actually, we never tried... for instance, now, if this rook is here, right? Again, try to compare. Here, knight g5. We do not take, we go king e7. And for instance, now f3, knight f2.
It's possible.
Again, I don't know if it's such an achievement for black, but do you want to figure out? Not clear, right? Here, f3, of course, knight f2 is, okay. I said is, I should better say probably is not a move. Because I hope this knight will get trapped, but I don't know really. This looks, I don't know,
Yes.
to me it always looks tasty to take those guys, but I might be wrong as well.
Okay, that's interesting. Then maybe there is an explanation, and
Yeah,
there is
I mean,
logic
this
behind.
line,
I mean, in
this
this line for
line
sure.
explains for sure. It's just that with rook a on c1, bishop b6, knight g5, king e7, there could be the other
Another
line,
move, yes.
which I mean, which would again be much better for white. So that's why I keep saying I'm not sure.
Maybe, yes.
Right. Okay, here, king e7, so it's h3 or... Actually, there are some bishop e4 moves, which might be not bad. But then it's kind of giving black some time, which I don't like. So I'll probably go there. f3. Let's think of some intermediate moves for black. Like h6 is a silly intermediate move, right? Now I realize that probably... Yeah, I can take this. No, I thought this kind of traps a piece. But then g5. Then g5.
Okay.
If I go there, yeah, maybe knight e4 is strong enough. Again, if g5, so be it. It's not a big deal, this g5 thing.
Knight.
I go here. Knight is still attacked. Knight e3, knight c5, I think. No, it does not win. I thought it's winning because takes, and then the knight is hanging and rook c7 is a threat. But knight d5 parais both.
Could you play knight d6 and then something like bishop
Here.
f2?
Yeah, here it should be good for me.
I don't know if knight d6 actually is needed. Maybe
Yeah, maybe I should not.
needed.
Yeah, bishop f2 was winning.
Yes.
You're right. Bishop f2 and take b6.
There is a pin. Or d5. Yes, of course.
Takes and check
rook
on
c7.
Actually, wait a second. White played bishop e4. This one I didn't like all that much because after bishop e4, the Chinese actually she keeps to this, let's say, to the style she kind of uses in this match. So she tries to keep it as simple as possible. I mean, hang on, over here, it's by far not the only move for white, right? So d5 is a possibility, e5 is a possibility. After a6, you can play bishop g5 and then keep the position complex. She kind of likes the idea of simplification, which is somewhat strange to me.
But maybe this is her
yesterday,
strategy, actually.
Yesterday, I sort of described her as the tactical player, as the player who likes to play middle game. The thing might be, however, yeah, the strategy, the word strategy, which you were asking yesterday if they have strategy, it might be not really a strategy for a tournament. You cannot speak about the strategy for a tournament because it's you never know what will happen. You don't even know how long the tournament is. You might play one bad move and get eliminated. But possibly her strategy for first games of the final is to keep it simple, because it's clear that Muzyczuk had more time to prepare and probably had more energy. So to keep it simple,
And
perhaps to
yes.
try to, even if 2 draws happen, no big thing, then try to get it into the match, and after a couple of days, let's say, already it will not be felt that Anna had 2-3 days Anna had. So they both will be in the match. So maybe it makes sense not to, let's say, force matters, not to call for a crisis in the first games. So postpone it till game 3, game 4.
On the other hand, let's say if we are talking about the game itself, if you had white pieces in this position, would you? What you are trying to say? Would you like to keep all the pieces on the board and try to not to trade them without?
I'm not trying to say anything. I mean, in this position, it just feels like bishop e4 is a little bit not the most precise move. And what you have to do in this position, normally, you have to sit and calculate. This is what she probably did, and she was, for some reason, for some mysterious reason, she was not happy with f3, which I like a lot, really, the move f3. Okay, bishop e4. What I thought, that black will take, knight takes, and black will be in time to bring some rook, but again, there is no guarantee whatsoever. Actually, you do threaten f3 anyway, to kick my knight away, right? Now I realize that I might be in a very serious trouble. Unless
yes,
f5, because
this move.
f6, yeah, f6, you have f6, but then rook comes to c6, and you again kind of have a trouble. You don't want this, rook c7. It's kind of never a good idea, because otherwise looks like. I thought of f5. First of all, I'm not sure what kind of position is this one, but even if it's acceptable, I probably go here.
Maybe first to take on c8 and then knight d6.
This
And
is
take on
something I
g4.
wasn't sure. You're probably right. This is probably a good line. But once again, as a
Even this one.
officially retired pensioner, let's say, I don't want any complications. I just want to, kick this guy away to h6 and then to go rook c6. And I kind of think that this should be, you don't like it with black. Let's agree.
Yeah.
This one you like even less because
Yes.
it wins material. Actually. It actually wins material.
Actually, it shows that if black doesn't play precisely in this position, you can lose it in 2-3 moves. It just can be ruined.
Yes, but
So
is there any way to? Actually, what Anna does, she's thinking after bishop e4. I'm kind of getting a suspicion. Maybe you should not really automatically capture. Maybe you have to play some rook a7 or b8, so that after this exchange, for instance, at least you have 7th rank covered. Probably that's the point.
And let's
So
say
after
knight
bishop
is still
e4,
on g5, not
after
on
bishop
e4.
e4, we should not automatically take. We should play rook b8. After which, though, it's still possible to go h3, kick this guy to h6. Here with rook on b8, I don't know about you guys, but I would probably take this one.
Because now f6.
This is probably
not
a silly
threat.
move still, but
Okay, it's nice to get a pawn.
it's nice, yeah. It feels extremely nice to take this one. On the other hand, if you kick the knight on h6, and f6, as we figured out, is not possible, why don't we play this move again?
Yeah.
It's very unpleasant for black. Let's agree, it's very, very unpleasant for black. And what's the situation with the time? It's 20 minutes only left for Anna Muzychuk. It's interesting because, look, yesterday when we were talking, and me personally, I was trying to be polite and I was saying, okay, Muzychuk, if she's favorite, she's not such a big favorite. But still I felt like Tan Zhongyi has to be tired, and still I felt like Muzychuk is an obvious favorite. Sorry people, perhaps I wasn't entirely honest yesterday. Now I'm thinking, what happens if Tan Zhongyi simply wins this game? Then it's not only she's the favorite, but it will be incredibly tough task to go back in this match. Really incredibly tough task.
Yeah, actually, it's also interesting final in terms of statistics, which we tried to use yesterday. I don't know for what, just we were mentioning the statistics. By the way, both players belong to the nations, China and Ukraine, who won lately the World Championship title, the title of the World Champion, more than the others, because there were 4, after 90s, let's say if we...
What do you mean?
No, I mean, for example, we had the women's world champion in
Women's
Soviet
world
times,
champion title.
and then let's say after Soviet times, there were 4 Chinese players who won the title and 2 Ukrainian players who won the title. So let's say, and all the others, they won the titles only, if we are talking about the countries and nations, there was only 1 Russian, 1 Bulgarian player, Antonetta Stefanova, Alexandra Kostyanyuk, if you remember, and okay. And who else? It was also Susan Polgar, and the others, they were actually Chinese players and 2 Ukrainian players, Maria Muzychuk and Anna Uvshenina. So it's interesting in a way. It can be the 5th world champion from China or the 3rd one from Ukraine. I don't know what does it mean, but okay, just I was thinking that it's kind of interesting that these 2 nations
Doesn't really,
had many champions.
No, we have to agree that, those are 2, say, nations which you are not...
Produce the biggest amount, yes.
You're not terribly surprised, let's say, if you hear that Ukrainian facing Chinese in the final, right? Because if, let's say, someone some 15 years ago, which I was already like, I was a grandmaster already, 15 years ago. And if someone would tell me that Norwegian will play a match for a crown, and I would be already like laughing, you know. And now he not only he plays the match, but he wins match after match after match. So I'm waiting in women's chess for some surprising country to pop up. Imagine, I don't know, a world champion from Latvia or Iran or I don't know, somewhere. Just something new. Give me something new. Well, interestingly enough, India, well, Harika got eliminated one more time. India never had women's world champion, even though we had Hampi, who for a very long time, no, I think she played the match, and for a very long time with Judith excluded. Let's say Judith doesn't compete. Let's say So Hampi was #1 rated for quite some time.
Yes, and she also had a really great chance playing in 2011 in Tirana, the match against Hu Yifan, if you remember. But okay, she lost it.
I don't remember the match itself. I know the result. I know the place they played, but I don't remember if she really had the chance or. I don't remember the course of the match.
You have a chance when you play the match already. I mean, this is what I meant. That she came close to at least to win the title.
Would be interesting to find out what victims of Bobby Fischer would say about this information. You have a chance when you play the match already, and then it was, 6-0.
Yes, okay, that's another story, but...
Rook H to C8. That was the move I was looking at, right?
Yes, we
and then it was F3. And it was F3. I'm not sure if, once again, I'm not claiming that F3 is the best move. The point was that F5 loses to either takes or knight D6. Yeah, actually, it's probably the easiest is to stop right there. So it's knight D6, rook takes, after which the knight is hanging and knight C8 is a threat. So F5 is not an option after F3, no other squares, so you have to go to not very pleasant square on H6. After which, what I was doing, I was giving a check, of which I'm still not sure.
And after king f8?
Wait a sec. Now, if the king goes here, for some reason I actually thought that king can go here. But then, I do organize the rooks in the proper way. So rook d1, other rook to c1, this is simply winning for white. So then I do give a check on g5. Because for a second I thought like he'll play king d7 and I'm not sure, he will probably take c1, go other rook to c8, then king d7 loses. f6 I'll just take. So it has to be king f8, like only move. After which I promised to have some advantage, now I don't know which one.
What about some concrete things like he has taken knight f6, threatening to take on h7 and knight d7?
It's not a threat to take on h7, this is what I have to tell you.
Because bishop d4 or what?
No, I mean I play something like bishop, no, but even if, let's say I play something, I can play king e7, do you really want this pawn so badly?
I'm not sure.
It's like you spend 2 tempi for this pawn. No, I mean you take, but if you're 100% sure you don't have anything better. And in this position, it really feels like you have to have something which is practically wins. I don't know. Knight. Yeah, actually, we take. This plan I like, but I'm thinking maybe I can try to do this.
Yeah, it looks.
Now I don't know if you take or not. Say if you take. Now maybe you'll survive. By the way, takes. There is no king e7 though, because of knight c8. Initially I thought this is my problem, right?
But I thought f4.
Then f4, right? And if you take rook c7, it's something very annoying.
Yes.
Is it? Wait.
But we should check.
This. Is it very annoying? I thought of this strange move. No, probably it's
Rook h7.
Rook h7, king g8. This is what I was
G8,
hoping for.
You always find some tricks.
Wait, check. No, check doesn't help really. Takes, no, takes maybe.
Check and rook
Takes, and
f6.
then I had. Yeah.
I think we'll take many pawns, no?
With black, you mean?
With white, if we rook f7, rook takes f6, then e6 maybe falls.
No, you mean this line? No, this line is not possible because I simply will lose the bishop. Yeah, no, it's just in my head. I was playing king e8 in this position, and when you take, when you would take, I would go king e7, which is still lost after knight e4.
Yes.
This is the way we are calculating. Right, then I'm not sure. Look, the situation with the time a bit changed, because at some point it was showing that black is down to less than 20 minutes. Now they claim Anna Muschuk has 25, and more or less same for Tan Zhongyi. HC8, so still we cannot find the decisive way. It looks very attractive, right? Check here. What was the last time I did? I took here, right, and went knight d6.
Knight d6, yes.
This is already quite unpleasant, right?
It is.
Maybe, though, I have to play some kind of rook c7, not to give in you the file so easily. And then it will, for instance, it will all depend on this line, this rook c1, and you will take. And then who knows? I mean, what I know, it's terribly dangerous for black, but is it winning or not? I can't say right now. I mean, probably. I mean, it looks quite bad actually. Rook comes to c6, king comes third. Yeah, f3 was played, so this we will see now.
By the way, you know what I've noticed also, that Anna Muzychuk has a grandmaster title, as we know. But the funny thing that Tan Zhongyi is still woman grandmaster, and she has no even the title of international master, even though she is 2,500 player. I was kind of surprised, you know.
I actually I never paid attention to this one.
Yeah, me too, but somehow.
I mean, not only this girl, not only Tan Zhongyi, but actually I thought. I never checked this. No, there was a moment when I was really curious of those things, like to find out who is the highest rated international master, for instance, or that things. But I don't really know if they need it. The top, let's say the top ladies, do they need it? Because still, I mean, what matters is the rating nowadays. I think the whole institution of titles, by the way, it's. I'm not sure if it's all that important anymore. I mean, no, of course, to monitor your progress, those steps you are making, so you become a candidate master or, I don't know, international master, that makes sense. But on the very top, who cares if, let's say, if she's not international master or a grandmaster, if she's in top 10, in top 10 by rating? I don't think she doesn't have norms of.
Yes, that's what I also think. Just it seems that she doesn't
never
care.
Bothered,
but I will ask her, of course, about it
later.
Yeah,
that's something to actually
The funny
ask her.
thing, actually, that if you become the world champion, women's world champion, you will be granted the title of grandmaster if you still don't have it. So actually, she needs. By
the question is if you will still have to pay for it. I mean, this is interesting. This is interesting and tricky question.
Yes, I don't know. To tell
because
you the truth.
I can tell you the truth. Many people, they just don't care because they have to pay in order to get this title. So I score a norm and I have to pay something to get this title official. And then some people just don't want to pay.
I agree, but you know, if you win the world championship here, you will get $60,000. You will have some pocket money to pay for your
Probably
title.
you'll pay your title. Yeah.
Yes, if it's a problem. Which I doubt.
So, f3, knight to h6. Okay, so one thing was this or other way, let's say, takes, go to knight to d6, and still the other one, which we still kind of forgotten, there is g4, not to let the knight go to f5, which is also quite promising, I think. So if I simply go g4, let's say, and okay, I mean,
Looks nice,
not all that simple, because maybe bishop d, wait. And this mouse doesn't really work properly, bishop d4, and then say knight d6 now. If you take c1, do we get more or less the same line? I'm not sure. g4 was played, by the way. Take c1, I give a check. Again, this looks very attractive. If king f8, I probably still can take and play f4. I have some position, feels like I played this position pawn down for white, right? Not the pawn, but I mean a tempo down for white. But it still feels very nice. I don't see why. Not to mention that I probably could take with the knight already. Or
Okay,
I mean,
but even
it looks like almost winning for white. So this is something you don't want. And if you go here, again, seems like many things. Even if I play rook b7, it's something which doesn't look any inviting for black. I mean, the rook was hanging, so I just don't want no calculation again. I mean, just want the king to be cut. And
I just started to think of something like rook c2 even. I mean, but
no, but then
you don't need this. Yes.
I mean, you give a square. Why would you move the rook back?
For sure, yes. Just
no, this is winning. I mean, it's not beta, it's not compensation. It's winning for white. So after g4, really, Mosaichuk will have to really find something serious. Knight g8. Yeah, knight is offside. I think that's if let's say you'll be asked to describe the main problem for black is the knight on h6. All the rest, actually, black doesn't have that much of a trouble apart from a knight. Put the knight somewhere on d7, I believe black would be okay. Or d5 is ideal. Yeah, so with knight on d5, black might start thinking of being better. But knight on h6, perhaps one of the worst squares available. Therefore, I would really try to play something like knight g8. I don't know if now or. By the way, what happens here? Knight d6. Again, after knight d6, it's quite unpleasant, right? Maybe rook c. That's tricky again. Maybe this is what I should do. Not that I'm very happy with this position. It feels, I mean, it feels if I will exchange a pair of rooks, I will kind of not be in time to achieve anything. Rook c6 is such a threat. Knight c8 is a threat. King d7, I will take this. And wait a second, and you'll play rook f8 actually. Oops. All of a sudden, yeah. One idea after which.
If I give a check,
on d1.
Yes. Where do you
actually,
go?
I'm not
because
sure
there
where
is
do I
g5
go.
After.
Here, what's the move? King e7.
You found the only one.
No, I didn't, because now you have knight d6 and knight c8. Yes, I mean, it's tricky. It might be that after this rook check, okay, there is king c6, but it's kind of hard to believe it works. Maybe it does, though. Okay, a check.
One more check is
check here. I have to go to c7.
C7 and knight g5.
And then it's knight g5. And even knight
I found one trick.
No, we found a lot of tricks. I just mean that doesn't look all that nice for black. Not at all.
That's another story.
Not at all.
I just remembered this game of Anna against Kashlinskaya Alina, if you remember the second game of the match they played.
Of course I do.
Yes, and let's say Anna was in trouble and But she was fighting till the end, and she was looking for good defensive resources, and in the end she made a draw. So we know her as a good defender, that's what I want to say, and it's even the position is worse, it's always not easy to transfer it into the full point. But
let's say, yeah, you're right in a way, but let's say for a bit more professional look at this, it's absolutely different situation, because it was against Kaslinska, it was worse position. At some point it was a lost position, but it was always quite tense, and Black always kept some resources, creating some threats. Here it's only White who is having fun in this position. You're defending, and you're defending for nothing, right? Basically, with Black. I mean, your only hope is a passive defense, not to drop anything and to make a draw. Normally, human beings, they fail in tasks like this. Unless you are Sergei Karyakin. I mean, this guy really impressed me. But other than that, usually if your opponent presses good enough, I mean, you blunder something and you lose. So I'm really pessimistic now about Muzychuk's chances, but of course, I don't know what will happen. I mean, in this game, once again. 14 minutes left for 18 moves.
Oh.
Which is probably not a big deal still. The position is not all that complex. So if she finds the way how not to lose something immediately, then
critical, yes. Then okay.
Yeah, it's like 2-3 moves, and then everything will be clarified. It's either White is much better, how we constantly find some lines where White is much better. Let's try to find something where what Black can actually play. I don't care. I mean, pawn down, this, that. Let's find the position, because we already gave few lines where Black is lost in the end, which is not fair. Which is not fair. Let's try to find some line where Black can play. By the way,
some rook c8 ideas, or rook c4, sorry.
This I tried, right? Or no, this I was trying after bishop g5 check. I'm thinking, what happens if I take and play this move? I don't like it.
You want to?
I don't like it, but I want to. What is it? I don't know what I want. Want to cover the C file, the C6 square. I don't like it again. I'm ready to repeat. Knight d6, right? But then your threat is again. You want to transpose after knight g8 to this knight f7 thing.
Yes.
We are transposing.
We have analyzed.
We are transposing to this. Don't know. Still don't like it for Black, right? But I can make moves at least. I'm not sure what's your threat if I play rook f8. Not that I'm enjoying the position all that much.
Okay, but you're trying to defend. Yes.
Yeah, I want to bring this guy. Yes, if let's say for 3 moves you will start improving the position, then by the way, knight g8.
Immediately, yes.
Knight g8 follows. Here we had the problem of knight appearing on d6, if I'm not mistaken, right? So that if Black takes, and we kind of thought he has to, then rook takes. And that was the line which didn't work. King d7, knight f7, and some tricks. Maybe king d7 is not the only move, because
after king d7 there is something like rook d1 immediately, no? Okay, I don't want really to move this rook from c, but...
What? No, but then of course I'm gladly coming back.
And bishop g5 is not working.
f6, yes, this
whatever
is, I'm
move.
happy. No, f6 actually I want to play. If I have time, I'm glad to play f6. Because at least it creates some targets for me as well. No, my problem is that rook c6 is coming, and knight c8 is a threat. Actually, I'm thinking perhaps I have to... This move is terribly ugly.
But
this I have to accept, but at least it has a very, very good thing in it, that it doesn't lose by force. Because my previous moves were losing. So at least this one keeps the material.
Okay, actually interesting.
I don't like it still, but yeah, bishop d8 with the idea to play f6, with the idea later on to move the king to d7. Gets a bit too simple. So sometimes this kind of positions you are not winning because of extra simplicity.
But knight d6.
Knight d6 was played, so now we will figure out what
Or maybe even bishop a5.
what is planned.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
bishop a5, you
Instead
mean
of
takes it, bishop
taking
a5, it's more or less the same thing.
Yes, but maybe, let's say,
It's just-
a bit more active.
No, it's not. I think it actually gives me some spare options because I can play b4 and your active bishop will have to go back to d8 anyway. I don't think you
because of
want to.
Rook
I don't
c7.
think you want my rook on 7th rank.
Not really.
Not particularly in this line. Yeah, with knight on g8. I mean, it's awful thing. I mean, yeah,
moves
wait.
and then
Rook c1, Muzachuk takes. I wanted to mention that rook c7 is probably not a good idea because of bishop e3. And then, yeah. So she took on c1, rook c1, knight c8 is a threat. So is rook c6, as we said. Actually, there is rook b8 move. So that knight c8 doesn't really lead anywhere. The problem is, however, rook c8, it seems. So that you cannot take
Bishop a7 or something?
rook c7.
Uh-huh.
Yes, so for a bit I thought, no, king d7 played by Anna Muzachuk. Now it seems white can take on f7.
Uh-oh, and
King
then we
d7
come to
was-
this position.
Yeah.
Let's check
now
it again. Maybe we
let's,
missed something.
Let's check it again. Well, not that it's the only move, but this, of course, the most
The
challenging.
concrete.
The most challenging. If white can
Take
take
a
this one, then there is no question he's better. Rook f8.
Must.
The only, let's say, tactic. No, I mean it's not must actually. Now, when I took on f7, I thought maybe black has to, objectively, has to play knight e5, put the knight on d5 and try for some compensation. And maybe black even has some practical compensation. So it doesn't mean that black's, say, black's position over here, it doesn't mean that it's hopeless. But let's try the serious stuff. Let's try this straightforward. Rook f8, so that I'm hoping to survive, right?
Rook d1, yes.
I check, and then what I said, in this case, there is knight d6. And after rook f4, there is knight c8, and
Let's actually continue this variation just to see.
to see, yeah.
No, you
Okay,
should go
king goes somewhere, knight b6.
I mean, maybe there is some compensation here after knight e7.
I don't know.
The rook is.
It is a pawn
active
down,
and
and the other position is a pawn down. I'm not sure if it's that active. Rook b4, I will have b3. It's not doing all that much. Actually, I would prefer to have knight on e5, you know, on d5 here. And no, but still, it's not the only square. So let's check it
follow.
carefully. This we already checked. C8 and E8 both are not that attractive because of knight d6. So we are basically left with king e7 and with king c7 or king c6. Then with king c7, you said this is not pleasant, which is absolutely right. And after king c6, it seems that rook
d6.
check intermediate also works, unless this move.
But then it's. Let's say after rook d7, you found king c6 back.
I think even this keeps me alive. I mean, not alive, but much better. Bishop e3, and then if you take, I want to give this check on d8.
Intermediate check. King c8.
King c8, I was hoping for knight e6, but yeah, and probably I was right. I don't see how black...
Me too.
No, this is something you don't want. King d7, knight f7. Yeah,
probably knight
I assume
e7.
she will play knight e7, try to play this position pawn down. Which is, as I said, probably a clever idea. We all remember what happened in Kostyniuk against Muzachuk, where Kostyniuk was a pawn up, and I mean she was winning by force on a few occasions, but when it came to this position where he was still a pawn up, but a compensation for Muzachuk, and we all know, we all remember what has happened.
Yeah, so never over until the end.
Yeah, it's never over until the end, but I think this hour is over for us. It's 10 to 6, it's tea time.
Yes,
We are back, yeah, it's always tea time here, people. Yeah, knight f7, by the way, was not taken. Maybe for a bit we could search for alternatives.
Yeah, that's
Before.
what I was also thinking
Yeah,
of.
but yeah,
first of
we
all,
said rook
Tanjung D
d1,
should
right?
take.
We said rook d1, after which it's king here. And still not clear if there is the way to improve. Maybe you're right in a way that... wait. Still, I can't make it work. Now, probably...
Actually, after rook d1 and king e7, white achieved the idea that knight cannot go to e7. So maybe this is...
f6,
And now-
f6.
Yes, that's
I
right.
want to play f6.
So, okay, maybe they can still repeat rook c1, but...
But it's not
I'm
an
not sure.
alternative, right?
I'm not sure.
Still not an alternative. So you mean to play this, for instance, then to...
Is there something else?
Hard to think of, honestly. I mean, okay, we can look at some positions like this, for instance, which is still not very pleasant for black to play, let's be fair. Because white, again, white is better in any single aspect of this game. So white has the better king, the better knight, the better rook, as for the moment, and the better pawn structure. So white has to be better.
And also a
I
bit
don't
more
know.
space.
I don't know
Also.
if it will be enough. That's the trick. That's the trick. I'm still not sure if it will be enough. Knight f7, of course, was taken, and for some reason I had no doubt about it. This is what I think a lot of younger players have in common. So if they can calculate till the end, they will take. So it's
Why not to take a pawn, huh?
why not to take? Yeah, because I'm still not sure. Maybe your d1 was actually, because now the character of the game changes a bit. I mean, changes a bit. Black at least gets his pieces out, gets his pieces active.
We
I
can,
think this is what black has to play. Knight e7, unless, of course, I miss something.
Let's
Okay.
continue. Let's say
Let's
2-3 moves
continue.
at least. I mean,
2-3
where are you
moves,
close?
yeah.
Knight d6.
96 possible. Knight
Knight
d5.
d5, and
I'm
now-
starting to jump already.
Bishop g3 or what? Bishop g5.
Starting to jump for joy. Actually, I don't know what's my achievement. Okay, bishop d2, bishop d4. I'll probably be happy to see on the board, right? So you do have to play bishop g3. After which I probably still put this guy. Hang on. There are moves. There are certainly moves for black. I mean, I'm not sure if bishop d4 has to be considered. Actually, what happens if I try to open myself a file, the H file?
Actually, the position really
It
has changed.
doesn't feel hopeless. I
No,
mean,
not
at
at
least there is, I mean, in practical terms. I won't be surprised if you, once again, if you ask an engine what kind of a position it is, and the engine says, okay, white is winning. It really did change a lot, because it was the position with black being, let's say, on the last rank, black not having any active move. And now black after bishop g3, I don't know if this position will materialize on the board, but black even has a choice, right? So h5 and rook f8 and this and that. A choice, a variety of active moves.
You know what I'm thinking also? Instead of knight d6, which I played, is it an alternative to change this bishops at this moment?
Bishop e3, you mean?
Yes, I mean,
Yes,
I'm
this
not sure, but
I
at least I started to feel that this bishop,
might be dangerous
Yes.
for black.
after this
in the
knight
end, yeah.
d5, and
Now, there was I had some concern. Maybe bishop e3 actually is a good move. Takes. Hang on. Where do you go if I give a check?
The problem is, yes, king e4 is suspicious because after rook f8 there is rook f4, so probably I go to e2.
That's the problem, because really, yes, you would like to play king e4 and let's say one more move, something, knight g5. But then, yes, then rook f8 and probably you are dropping an f3.
So
no,
king
you're
e2
not
is
in trouble, but you drop the f3, or maybe not, hang on.
Let's see.
Go here. Then it's such, no,
it's
you
check
do
h6.
lose a pawn.
Yes.
Because first I thought you go h6 immediately, after which, of course, there is this trick, nice trick, knight takes, followed by check, followed by king d5, right? But, yeah, rook f4 is
First.
more precise. I will have to go here and then h6. And,
So king
white
e2.
is not worse, yeah, white is not worse. But
Unfortunately, king e4 is not working, so
so
king e2.
we look at this line,
Yes,
bishop e3,
we just continue a bit.
takes, knight check, king e2.
I don't want to say that, okay, I really like what is happening at the moment, but maybe it's nothing serious for white.
No, there is nothing.
Rook f8, I don't know, knight f4.
These are checks, and
Yes,
I'm
but-
just trying to understand if they lead anywhere.
I was afraid of pawn on e5 a little bit. Maybe sometimes you can give knight f4 and knight g6.
This maybe not to. I'm not sure if I have to cover this g5. Probably not. Okay, if I go rook f8, this I also paid attention to. So this and knight g6, for instance, and probably this one drops. But it's once again, it's not the end of the line, because there will be some jumps with the knight and so on. I think we better stop.
Here, yes.
I've announced a T-pause like 5 minutes ago. we are back in 15 minutes, people, and we will see the time trouble of game 2, Tan Zhongyi against Muzichuk, and perhaps in this time trouble, a lot of things will be clarified. Now it's move 25, so 15 more moves to reach the time control. So we'll be back soon.
Yes.
Welcome back, dear friends. Welcome back to game 2 of the World Championship, Women's World Championship final in Tehran. What we've seen? We've seen position after with number 25, and we thought we'll get some tea and we'll be back to it. This is what happens here. Bishop e3 was played, bishop takes, king takes, then knight g6. Well, and now I don't really know what's going on here.
Okay, we were looking at 95 only in this position.
Yeah, here we were looking at
F8.
knight d5, and then
Yes.
we found out that king e4 is not possible. You have to go king e2, and there is some sort of compensation.
Yes.
This seemingly allows king e4, right?
Yes, sir.
There was some point that after this and the check, with knight on d5, you would have to go king d3, right? With knight on g6, you probably have to go king e3.
And now
I mean, you
e5
can
is
go
not
king
hanging.
e3. e5 is not hanging as for now. If you attack something, though, I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah, I mean, for instance, if you go h6, I just probably play knight e4, and yeah, the rook is not getting active. Simply white consolidates and remains pawn up. So king e4 was perhaps an interesting move. What white did was quite interesting, though. h4, I mean, it might be criticized by a computer, I'm not sure. At least I remember this moment we kind of checked. It was not among the top lines, right? Rook f8, h5, but now looking at it, actually, I'm thinking white's not good. I'm not sure at all.
The check
This,
is complete.
go here, h5, h6, I assume, and then, of course, this is the
Nice.
this is the idea Tan Jong-gi wants to play. That's I'm 100% sure. Okay.
But what if
After
I just
h5,
take on f7?
Yes. What if you take on f7?
think.
I take the knight, not surprisingly.
Yes, I take the pawn.
Pawn takes.
Now it's we
give
have
a
equal
check.
amount of pawns.
I give a check.
Where do I go? Yes, now it's a difficult question.
It's
Because after king e7,
quite
what?
bad,
You
actually.
go to rook.
King e7, I go rook d6. I minimum win a pawn. And I think I will win the game as well, because the rook is quite bad here. You have damaged pawn structure, right? The
So-
rook is quite bad. So, for instance, if you go a5, and I go here, let's say, and I mean, if you go a4, already I probably win the pawn ending
Yeah.
by taking, going king d4, king c.
So you think it's not possible to take?
It looks like this rook ending is, what's for sure is not possible is to play king e7. That's
Yes, for example, king c7, right?
something. King c7 again, it loses a pawn, and I don't see
e6.
much of a, let's say, chance to come back. Wait, can she actually go back to e7? Huh?
Okay, maybe this is the idea.
So at least, you know, yeah, then white, of course, can go back to g5. Black has to give a check. Now, finally, so this knight will be directed actually into the correct square, so to speak.
Again, knight
By
king
the way,
d4 is not possible.
we again have problems with our digital display. You see 0, it says Muzychuk has lost on time, which is not right, of course. Not sure how much time they have. h5, again, knight e7. Is there any... By the way, there is a way to lose with white. Check, counter check, and the knight falls. Not very pleasant. Okay, knight e7, knight g5 again, right? Muzychuk is thinking though.
Perhaps h6.
Ah, wait, another time. There's the knight. 6 you cannot because of rook c7 again. So you first have to give this check.
Okay, check, yes, and then
Now I'm trying
king e4.
to... King e4 will be answered with rook f4 and h6. This
Yes,
is
so
this
F3,
we
let's
had.
say-
I have to go back and possibly even back to f2.
To
So
avoid any
that
kind
this,
of checks.
yeah, so this comes without a check. After h6 now, I will go knight e4. This is also bad. This is
Still a
quite
pawn
bad.
up.
Yes, still a pawn up, knight c5 as a threat. Actually, king on g3 won't be all that bad. Somehow this pawn, remember, in some lines we had problems with e5 pawn. No, knight e7 back played. Yeah, I think maybe now, after Muzichuk made the move, maybe now the time is correct. So it says 1 minute only.
Okay,
Chinese
knight
played
g5.
knight g5, not that much of a choice. And now it's a question if black has, okay, knight d5 check played. The question is if white has anything better than, no, wait a second. This move all of a sudden.
With same idea what you...
Same idea to take and, okay, she did not play. I'm not sure if it's a good move.
What about rook f4 still?
Rook f4, right. Yeah, it probably doesn't
And then
make sense.
rook f-
I thought of, you know, coming somewhere forward, which is not
Optimistic.
needed. Which is not needed. I mean, probably it's still like a big advantage. King f2 played. Yeah, h6 by Muzichuk. And apparently knight e4 will be played by Chinese. Yeah, heading to c5. I'm afraid it's a very bad position for black.
How can you explain this knight g6 move? I don't know. It seems like white improved their position compared to the situation if black would have played immediately.
You
knight
mean this
d5,
one?
yes.
Yeah.
Maybe she missed this idea h4, h5. I don't know.
Not sure. No, I mean she was trying basically to win the pawn back.
Yes, but
It's not about missing deep ideas or something. I think she was pretty short of time in this moment, and then knight d5 you do give a check, you chase white pieces, but you do not attack an e5 pawn, right? With knight g6 she thought probably she's attacking the pawn. Chinese found a very nice line actually. So this is what we've said already: knight g5, h6, rook c7. That's one tactical justification after which, yeah, white is simply winning. The knight doesn't do anything. And this rook ending is another
problem.
check. And yeah, when rook gets to d6, you are in very serious trouble. Rook a8 played by Anna Muzichuk to protect an a6 pawn. Rook a8.
Yeah, and it tries to keep the position and see what white will do. She's just trying not to lose anything else. But
The position is, you know, I would say, objectively close to hopeless.
what would be the plan of white here? How will
Yeah,
you
I'm
improve?
thinking. That's precisely what I'm thinking about. I mean, first of all, I have one forcing line, which if I would have time, I probably would try to make work. Knight c3. So that if you exchange the knights, I mean, in this position, the only good thing black has is the knight on d5, right? It's probably not the easiest, not the cleanest way, by the way, to go knight c3, but might as well be decisive. Because, yeah, the pin doesn't really help you because I have counter pin, right? Then if you move anywhere, more or less, I have a check and I'll get to d6. Once again, if my rook gets active, probably it will be too much. So I think we do get some sort of
Exchange?
takes, after which, again, I want to give a check, go to d6. So it's a pawn up and more active pieces, let's say. Remember we had an ending, hang on, in this line. takes,
Rook d1.
check. And here, imagine, for instance, somehow, I'm not winning this pawn. Not winning this pawn. I play king e4 and you protect it. And it's so much better for white, right? Because black pieces can barely move. And in our game, if white will play knight c3, which he didn't, by the way, here, I thought knight c3. So we would have, in a couple of moves, the same ending with rook on d6 plus an upper pawn for white.
Extra pawn.
So it's compared to, so it's already a bad ending for black, even with even number of pawns, plus a pawn up for white. So that would have been winning. a3, on the other hand, not quite sure why do you need it. Not that it spoils anything. I'm thinking maybe, in fact, as you said, what should be the plan? Maybe this is the best way, in fact. Knight c5, you have to go here. I want to place it on d3. Seemingly threatening rook c6. It looks
if I go
like.
back in d7?
If you go back to d7, my idea was to go f4, king f3, king e4. And then knight again goes to c5. Basically, if I manage to push f5 with king on e4, this should be winning immediately. a3, a5 played by Muzichuk. a3 is really strange move.
Okay, it's like gives some counter chances for black. What do you think? Actually,
not quite. I mean, I don't see
really
how it improved the black situation. It's just I can't get the idea of a2, a3. Why would you need it?
maybe she
Doesn't
just
matter.
wants to show that whatever you do is not working. I don't know.
No,
Or just waits for black to make the moves before the time control. Because knight c3 is a decision which is a bit difficult in a way that
Yes.
you go
No,
to
I mean-
you transfer the game to the rook endgame. And,
I understand, but look, I mean, if you don't want to make any decision,
Yes.
you have so many nice moves. You have king g3, which helps you in a way. You want to play f4, right? You have, I perfectly understand. I'm not claiming that my knight c3 is the good move.
No,
I mean,
just
it's possible to give a check and go knight d3. This is probably the most practical, not changing anything, not changing the situation, not exchanging the knights, but just, to sort of, I would claim that actually knight on d3 is better than on e4. So in a way, it improves white situation. Probably it's still possible to do. Not only I want to play rook c6, but I want to play rook c5 as well. Still looks very, very bad. Black's problems, though, was that he didn't really have all that many moves. After a3, a5 indeed creates some
they just
extra
play
weaknesses, let's
but
say.
okay,
right?
she will play before now probably. What do you think?
This, I mean, even if because I thought really this is kind of better idea, to give a check, to go on d3, can't really make it work. Now I want to play rook c6, and as well I want to play rook c5. So for instance, in this case, I go rook c5. I don't see how
A4.
black is planning. b4, a4.
Yes, okay.
You will always stay with this little dude which is weak. And f pawn is moving. Yeah, I mean, this is just terrible. No, in a way, we can say that Tan Zhongyi played a very good game, starting from some point. I don't know if Muzichuk really misplayed it. Probably she did. Somewhere around, okay, according to machine,
hard to understand
knight
this.
g4 was not all that perfect. Actually, a bit surprising. I find the fact that no, this was not possible, right? This was not possible. By the way, knight c3 was played by
Now.
Tan Zhongyi,
So
which is
why she needed to have this a3, a5 on the
this
board?
I don't understand, to be honest, because this is no really this is kind of the way you don't win it. I mean, I won't be surprised if White will still win, but this is sort of stupid. I think though that Muzichuk blundered. Knight c3. She played rook c8. There is rook d1. Now this must be hopeless. This must be hopeless. I don't see how Black will save the. Oh, rook c5. He still has. Knight takes. Pawn takes. You know what? Maybe it's still. Maybe they're still fighting. Huh? What? Muzichuk played something. Hang on. King e7. Right. So knight takes, pawn takes. If rook takes here.
Rook c2.
Rook c2. King goes there, and you want to take. But this is hopelessly lost, I think. You just have to a bit careful. Have to be a bit careful with White.
How will you win this?
A4 maybe. So that when you take, I take. Okay, this is not hopelessly lost because you cut me on 4th rank. This one I don't want. No, what I want something like this, and then this rook is basically useless, right? So you push it. I go here, here. I mean, and you can't really help your king. You will have to give this pawn away. Now we will see, because it does look like we'll have this position on the board. Might be stupid on my side actually to go to g3. Maybe I have to win by force, like try to win by force by say entering some forcing lines like f4 for instance, so that if you give me a check I go forward, right? Actually this looks
After f4, just for some fun, can you play rook b3, rook d3?
After rook b3, what?
Yes, here rook d3.
I can.
Yes, I mean, is it winning for White this endgame?
Of course.
Yes, so just to be sure.
No, of course it's winning. What's the problem here? It's a pawn up and...
Just I don't want to give another pawn, maybe.
You don't give.
You don't give,
no,
yes, because
I mean,
b5 is...
You're activating your pieces. That's the...
This
One of
was
the
always my
important
problem
things.
to activate my king. I would always forget about.
King f5, no, I mean, it's probably... I mean, some rook endings, they are kind of tricky, but not this one, it feels like. It feels like it's not this one. King e4. 2 more moves for Anna Muzichuk to make. I'm wondering if something like perhaps a4 she has to... I don't see all that much of a chance, to be honest. Because here she's unlikely to win an a-pawn. She can only exchange one of those for an a-pawn, and here White on the king side, White has a huge mass of pawns supported with the king. I mean, I don't really see how Black has to... What Black has to do, first of all, yeah. It's still Black to move, right? And according to our... It's move 39. But Chinese already got up from the board, so I'm a little bit surprised. Is that possible that... Someone missed a move or two, I don't know. Muzichuk is still thinking. I can imagine her position is not very pleasant, but Chinese got up from the board. Maybe she has enough time. Again, those numbers, while shown to us, 10 minutes for White and 000 for Black, they are not all that relevant. Don't know how to get the proper idea about the time. Perhaps we have to
go to the
adjust one of the cameras to follow the clock only because
Yes.
so Chinese is back, by the way. Chinese is back, by the way. King e4. Anna played a4, right. So trying to create some chances. So that white didn't play a4 himself, didn't simplify the position. Okay, so what do? We go here probably. I don't see, again, what's the chances? What are the chances for black? King f5, rook b3. I can do this, right? Take. I take. Then probably this is the only chance, like rook b3 and to keep the rook on the side, but then the pawn is not running.
But maybe rook b4, trying to keep an eye on f4.
Ah, you mean on fourth rank?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. That's a good idea.
If
The
we
problem
have
is
time,
it's
yes.
probably
No time.
I mean anyway it's better than my idea. Rook b4 is of course better because you at least really you target the pawns, but it doesn't really help. King f8 and then
King e6 even. Ah no, there is check after king e6.
I can play e6. I mean I don't see what's wrong if I play e6 and then g5 and then king g6. I mean something like that. In a very brutal manner. I don't see
Just
how.
h6.
Yeah, this pawn is not all that useful. I just want to play g5 next move. Maybe I could start with g5 actually. Yeah, what happens if I go g5, you take, and I even take with the king. Playing f5, then h6, and when you take h6, I go king f6.
Doesn't look nice.
That doesn't look nice at
for
all.
black,
Yeah,
I
it
mean.
doesn't look nice at all.
But
f4 was played, and black played rook b1. Don't know where the rook goes after rook b1. So king goes to f5. Well, possibly what Musachuk has to do is some sort of, Karyakin mode, to go here and pretend that there is no threat. I mean, kind of asking your opponent to demonstrate how do you plan, I mean, show me the winning plan, because there is no doubt white is winning, after king f5 especially. We have to give a credit to Tan Zhongyi, that she played the end game starting from this moment, actually, or even early on. g4, starting from g4, I like it very much, because remember our ideas of giving checks, that she played very nice. Possibly somewhere around here, black did not defend it the best way.
Positionally.
Yeah, but she played very precise. Bishop e3, perhaps the best solution to this position, so that
She felt that it's the right moment.
Can be
to
quite
change.
active, let's say. So takes. Knight went to g6, h4. This I like very much.
Nice.
h4, h5. Yeah, that's the position we have now. They did get an increment, but I kind of don't think it will affect the game all that much, because I don't see what's the chance for Anna Musachuk here. Rook c5 with clear intention to give a check, so king d7 was played by Tan Zhongyi.
Why Musachuk king d7?
King d7, yes, and Tan Zhongyi to move. For some reason, I think too many ways to win, one of them possibly being king g6. So far, I don't really see what's this perhaps, so that takes, oops, a4, rook b4. It feels like everything's winning. I don't know, f5 must be winning. It's just like, maybe the only way to win, if you think everything's winning, you look for some very nice line, and you blunder something,
Yes,
which
F5
I was about to go, because
King
f5,
F7.
king f7,
Yes.
and then this, and I don't know. I mean, probably I am winning.
e6, yes. Or
e6, I go
e6.
here,
Uh-huh.
e7, and you are winning, but for instance,
And then we
let's
play
say
another 100 moves.
some position like this, no, it's easily winning. The
Yes.
pawn is alive. Yes, Anna is in a very, very serious trouble. Oh, I just played something. King to g6. Yes. Threatening king f7. You don't have all that many
And actually,
moves.
it's hard to say where Anna made the mistake. I mean, what was her main mistake
You
in this
mean-
game? Let's say you starting from the opening even.
Right.
I mean, it's hard to
perhaps-
say now.
Wait, perhaps this one was, I'd say, a start of a not all that right plan, this knight g4, right? Because this, is, as we found out, that was playable. And after knight e4, knight c6. So at least this knight was not getting to h6, g8, and so on.
It's such a tricky position. You don't know that you can actually lose this position even playing knight g4.
b4, a b4. Chinese played quite quickly, so she kind of calculated everything till the end. Rook takes b4. This position we were talking about is about to materialize.
I think white can even come back king f5 if they're not sure about something. And next moves like g5 and e6.
King
Okay.
f5, that's what she did.
Yes, really? Okay.
King f5, that's what she did, because this is more practical.
Yes, white to
Because she can
calculate all
play
this.
rook a5, rook a7. Yeah, that's the problem in those rook endings. Normally you would have two ways to handle this kind of position. Black king can try to support the passed pawn, or try to stop white's pawns, try to remain on the king's side. So basically that. In a couple of moves you'll have this kind of crossroad. And in this position, both decisions obviously do not work, right? If, let's say, who's there? King f5, like a3, for instance. And then you protect the pawn, I give you a check, and you decide to run to support the a pawn. Is it
Okay.
all that obvious, actually, that it doesn't work? I'm not sure. Maybe that's what I have to...
But the pawns are so close, the whites.
The pawns are so close, yeah.
Six.
Okay, so Anna kept the king on f8. She kept the king on f8. King e7, check, king f8, rook a7. This we looked at, right? So, as I said, g5, king takes, f5, e6. I think everything will be demonstrated. Black doesn't really have...
Also, king e6 is possible, right? Okay, just to check.
e6, yeah,
Check.
but there is a check from that side. Now, if we are to talk of which move wins easiest, it's probably e6. It's got to be e6 with king g6 next, and
Even some, maybe rook f7 and then king g6.
yeah, rook f7, king
Uh-huh.
g6, so that... no, but I think this is the most straightforward, because black doesn't really... Okay, king g8 played. King g8
Maybe
played.
Anna wants to find some stalemate or something, but
I thought of it, but I don't see really what
there
kind
was
of...
one interesting game, yes, with stalemate in this championship, but a long time ago. It feels like it was like a few months ago, but in fact just
Which
maybe
one?
10 days
I don't remember.
books, I guess, Guramishvili. You remember the idea?
No,
rook
okay,
and
but
knight.
it was not a real stalemate. It never happened, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean the idea.
The idea was there, but how
It
do
could
you...
have happened.
You have billion pawns for black. You can't really... Okay, g5. You probably take. Yeah, you don't have all that many moves. Then already it has to be like winning. Let's go there. And then after rook takes f4... Why would you need this? Why
Yes,
would you
just
need this?
take.
Yeah, just take g5. Right. Just take g5. And she took with... Oh, well, actually she took with the pawn.
Also possible.
maybe again, I mean, you can't say which one is easier. You want e6 and king g6 winning g7. Right, no stalemate, no nothing. And this guy is alive still. No, you can't really survive this one. There is a threat of rook 8 check, king f7, g6 and rook g8, so I don't think really this game will last all that long. And yeah, you see that's the answer, if it's good or not to play on Thursday. Not really.
Okay, depends.
Depends on the result, yes. So, well, that's your answer. Let's put it this way. Imagine if the match we were referring to, the match between Carson and Karyakin, would finish other way around, and first thing Karyakin would say at the press conference would be "Happy birthday, Magnus." He might get punched. I'm serious now. So it's better, yeah.
But the history went this way.
The history went this way, absolutely.
But it could have been different.
I'm still trying to find a desperate idea, but there isn't any. A stalemate, as you mentioned, but again, there is no. I mean, it's resignable. It's just a resignable position, and not much to. Okay, maybe to go there. I don't know what's the point, but at least, let's say. I mean, okay, this mate in few, rook a8, g6 mate in 3.
And the sort also of playing.
It's not a stalemate. Even this is not a stalemate because the pawn is alive. No, it's absolutely no chance. Rook b8, maybe you have to play in order to keep yourself alive for a couple of moves more. But of course, you won't save this one. That's clear, right? e6. King g6, not to mention that white can actually be a bit greedy. Simply take this little dude.
Actually, you know what I checked? We were discussing yesterday who played tie breaks after the final matches of knockout system, and I noticed that I completely forgot that actually this Chinese player who played the final with Hou Yifan in 2010, Ruan Lufei, she actually played 2-2.
It was 2-2, and then
they
Yifan won the tiebreak.
Yeah, so actually she equalized the score in the fourth game. So it was not easy at all for Hou Yifan.
Because I thought the other way around. I thought it was Ruan Lufei who reached the final playing all the tiebreaks.
Actually, yes, she played all the tiebreaks, yes.
And then even in the final she played the tiebreak.
No, in the end, yes, they played also tiebreaks. So in fact, the first title which Hou Yifan gained when she was 16, she won on tiebreak.
It was won on a
Yes.
tiebreak, right? It was won on a tiebreak. All right, Anna, I'm afraid it will be another day tomorrow.
Yes,
this one, it's better to let go.
So it's become, if let's say will be decisive game today, the match is getting really exciting because Nana now will need to win one of two games to equalize the score first of all, and.
Okay, you know what?
But she has white pieces tomorrow.
It's probably not all that important anymore. First of all, I wouldn't call this one exciting because players are normally exhausted by this point. So I don't think they feel much of excitement. They really feel the tension. About spectators, all right, maybe, possibly.
Taking care of spectators here.
Again, then I can refer to this Svedla Karyakin match, which was, that was unbelievable, absolutely. I won't even remind our viewers about that one, but
we hope that
Peter
is not
+1,
to us.
Unless it's 2.5 points scored on paper, I would not claim anyone to win the match. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
You can have +2 and winning position, and
Still.
something can happen. Yeah. Here, though, I don't think anything will happen. I simply don't see, yeah, as we said, I don't see the move. So it's mostly what Anna does now. It's kind of acknowledging what has happened and tries to, yeah, wait. Let's find one variation when she will be stalemated. I don't know.
Okay.
This, rook a4, how to... I can't think of any say, logical variation where black gets stalemated.
For example, my imagination says, no.
No, I mean, you can, of course, you can stalemate black, for instance, this way. But it will never ever happen. And then rook b4, and there are cooperative ways, no questions asked. But any kind of a logical sequence of moves in which white blunders, because nobody's going to play g6 here, of course. There is any other move, basically, rook a7, e6, so on. Because white also, let's say, she's here not for nothing. She perfectly understands, and particularly if black gives an a4 pawn for free, then you kind of get a hint that the only thing your opponent is hoping for is a stalemate. So you kind of become a bit extra careful about it. So I don't even know if we're going to have a press conference. There was let's reveal our plans. There was a secret plan to have a press conference with Anna Muzichuk.
In case if she doesn't lose this game,
absolutely.
But now it's a little bit...
Kind of to ask her a question, what do you think about playing on your birthday? But I don't think it will be... Today it's not the proper day for this, that's I'm sure. Anything... Wait, trying to... If I'm back a bit, because this position on the board, I don't think anything will happen.
Could actually
really.
black avoid changing the knights?
A3. Now I'm really trying to understand what's the point of this A3 and what she had to do here. Actually, she just played the move. Maybe something like, before I said A4 anyway. Maybe the position is just bad. And okay, rook B6 played. Oh, wow.
There is an idea, or what?
No, I mean, there is not an idea, but what the Chinese is doing is incredible. You have 40 minutes and you don't even stop to think, because she actually did give, I mean, it's not such a great chance. Black still is lost. But why would you give your opponent this possibility? I mean, I absolutely don't understand, because you have a check followed by check. So black has to go here, you play g6, and then you take. What can stop me from coming to a8 and g8? I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, not to mention that. So this looks completely winning, at least. Right. Instead, what she does, she doesn't stop for a second. She eats this pawn on a4.
And after g6.
Getting g6, takes, and rook b1.
And now we have this end game.
Rook
Which
b1, check.
Winning,
King
but
g7, check. Are you sure it's winning? Yeah, something happened to this mouse. I can't move the pieces. People, okay. I'll try from the touchpad, of course. Not so many pieces left. Rook g6, rook a7, king g8. Should be winning, but how it's winning?
what about first of all g7? The first move comes.
G7.
Now we have stalemate.
Great, and now it's about to be a stalemate.
Actually, it is.
No,
after
it's
rook
not.
f6, no?
It's not.
Look, I found the variation g7, rook f1.
No, king g6, rook
Rook
f6,
f6?
king
King
takes,
takes.
king takes. No, I mean, after g7, what you do, you probably play something like that, or, I don't know, or, no, really, you can give a check, king goes there.
And what, rook e1?
Rook a1. I mean, it's tricky. You don't really like to play this with white. I mean, it was winning a couple of moves. Now it gets tricky. Rook f7, for instance, and you get annoying. You give a check, and you go rook e6, for instance. I mean, probably white wins in the end still. But do you really want it instead of winning a couple of moves? Just stopping for a bit. You know, not taking this a4.
Which you can take any time, actually.
Yeah, which doesn't deserve to be taken, because you win, actually you win on the opposite side of the board. And this pawn is your insurance that there will be no stalemate. So in fact, maybe you don't have to take it at all. All right.
Only the moment it promotes, you can take
Okay,
it.
a check was played. And now, yeah, you have to be 100% sure in order to play king g6 as well.
By the way, there is rook h1 after king. No.
After king g6.
No, it's not possible.
So
Yes.
what?
No, the idea was that if you give check from rook h6, you cannot take with king. It's still stalemate. But okay, you cannot reach this position.
You can't reach this position. Well, the
King
thing
g6.
is, yeah, king e6 probably is an easier way. But then I'm still not sure. I mean, black will play rook b1 once again. I mean, it is winning 3 pawns up after all, but some tricks. So once again, what I'm criticizing white's idea to capture a4 without thinking. Could be. Well, actually, if I'm, let's say, I would be even stricter on this one. I would take with the king, to be honest. Because after that, I don't see a single chance. I'll simply, as I said, f5, e6, h6 when you take king f6 and don't even want to calculate anything. Okay, I don't think something will...
So king
will happen.
g6, what did you do?
King g6. I was playing this.
Nice, rook a1.
After which you probably win, as we said, right? Ah, that's the one. This is how you win. A check.
And just rook f6.
Rook f6.
With the idea rook f8. Ah no, rook c6,
This
king
and
f5.
then king h6 you go.
Why not king e5? f5, sorry. Also possible. king
Also
e6.
win. No, king f5, rook e7, and I mean you are winning again,
Ah,
but
okay,
it's
rook e7,
like you
yes.
will have to save this one. I just think this is
Yes.
a better move, king h6, and this is it. And it's winning because next move is rook f8, and if you move the rook over here, I finally
Now you
can
can
take it. Yeah. So
Okay,
king
but-
g6 does win. Played, it should be the
But okay,
the fastest way.
You see,
Should be the fastest way. But yeah,
Tang Zhongyi is thinking now.
no, she did play. She
played
did
this.
play. Not that Muzichuk has too many moves. It's either a check from f6 and you resign after king takes, or you play rook a1.
Yes, she will play rook
No,
a1.
rook a1
Yes,
she will play, of course. So that white has to...
By the way, after rook f7, there is also... no, rook f1 is not working because of rook f8.
Rook
yes?
f8 is always
Unfortunately,
the
but I mean,
idea.
after rook takes f1, it's again stalemate.
No,
I
of course.
mean,
Otherwise it would be
Yes.
all the time, yeah. All the time would be
how you call this rook?
a desperado, something like this, desperado. Rook f7 played. Yeah, and that was it. So you can come up with a check.
Rook f6.
Yeah, I'm thinking if white can, in a way, misplay it.
Okay, rook f6.
Yeah, rook f6, e6 also wins probably. think this is known to be a winning position.
And
You can keep it on 6th rank, and like you can get 6, and you can't really do much. Yeah, so even e6 wins after this check. Yes. So Anna, resigns after rook f7.
And I will try to find the way maybe to speak with a Chinese player, if I find it. So I'll be back. Yes.
Okay, but I think my commentary duty will be finished for today. Honestly, I don't think interesting moments in this game because after c5, d takes c5 looks like a modest move, and maybe that's the point when you get some sort of a bit relaxed with black. Then it turns out that after e4, knight d7 or knight d5 both were better than the move Muzychuk played, knight g4. After which I think white played, well, if not perfect, but on very high level. And Anna did make a couple of more mistakes more. And in the end, Chinese showed a very nice technique. Apart from allowing this g6 check. But again, I might be wrong. And maybe I'm sure I'm right, so that my line rook a8 and g6 wins. But I might be wrong, and maybe she did not overlook, but simply knew how to win this position. Okay, thanks for watching. There will be 2 more games, so there are chances for Anna Muzychuk, but of course, from now on, with 2 games to go, Ling +1, Tan Zhongyi is the favorite. Thanks for watching.
به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد، شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن، به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد، شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. ای ایران ایران دور از دامان پاکت دست دگران بدگوهران، ای عشق سوزان ای شیرین ترین رویای من تو بمان در دل و جان. ای ایران ایران گلزار سبزت دور از تاراج خزان جور زمان، ای مهر رخشان ای روشنگر دنیای من به جهان تو بمان. سبزی صد چمن سرخی خون من، سپیدی طلوع سحر به پرچمت نشسته، شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن بمان که تا ابد هستیم به هستی تو بسته. ای ایران ایران دور از دامان پاکت دست دگران بدگوهران، ای عشق سوزان ای شیرین ترین رویای من تو بمان در دل و جان. ای ایران ایران گلزار سبزت دور از تاراج خزان جور زمان ای مهر رخشان ای روشنگر دنیای من به جهان تو بمان در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن به زیر پافتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد
Welcome back to the press center of the World Women Championship, and we have the winner of the second game in the WWCC against Muzichuk. We'll hear her comment this game, and what was the moment that she felt that she is better and that she's going to win.
请你介绍一下和那个木子秋哥刚刚下那盘棋，让你大概评论一下你的这盘棋，然后你觉得什么时候你是形势占优？
我从感觉自己形势占优应该是在他马G4之后，我觉得这步棋处理的不是很好。他的马不应该到比较偏远的王域去，他应该马D5到中心。然后我就是说，我觉得我要赢棋的时候，应该是在我就是马F7多兵了之后。一方面是多兵，还有一方面就是他的时间非常的紧张，他已经不可能有很好的办法去防守这个棋，就压力会非常的大。
After knight G4, I think her position become worse. And after knight F7, when I have a pawn up, I think I have a better position because also Muzichuk has tight pressure.
Yes. When Muzichuk let you to take the pawn on A4 in the very end, you played very quickly, and maybe there were some other ways to win this game quickly, not given any other chance for your opponent, like to play G6. Did you consider something else? She took the pawn on A4 with a rook very quickly without thinking too much.
他说你最后的时候你很快的吃了他 F4 的兵是吗
？F4 的兵。
I didn't get it. Sorry.
So it was in the very end. Anna played. So she let her pawn to take on A4. She played single B6 and then G6 check. So maybe you had some other ways not to take on A4 immediately.
A4.
A4. A4.
他说你吃到了那个A4的那个车，然后你很快的吃到了。他说是不是还有其他的方法？就是你有可以赢棋的其他方法？
是的，那个局面怎么下都赢了。我只是觉得吃了，怎么说呢？就是这个局面并没有因为我吃兵而改变了我的优势，那我就先吃了。没有太多的去计算，我知道可能车A8可能很快就赢。
Because in this position, I think in January I will win anyway. So I take it. I think I can take it without any further thoughts.
Yes. So, what can she say about this victory? How important is it to win for her today?
就是这盘棋赢了，对你这个影响有什么很大的影响吗？就是会对于你接下来这个比赛什么的。
不会改变我的步调，我会正常的去下每一盘棋。
I think this winning will not influence me greatly because I will try my best to play well for the next two games.
Are you happy with the opening? How is it going so far with your opening choices and let's say, are you happy with the positions you get? I'm talking also about yesterday's game when you played French and also equalized with black.
他想让你说一下你对自己这个开局的选择是不是很满意？就是昨天的开局和今天的开局都让你说一下，就是对自己的这个开局准备是不是比较满意呢？
昨天的开局准备是挺满意的。事实上，今天这个棋我并没有准备上，我只是希望能够脱离对方的准备。
Honestly to say, I was satisfied with the opening of yesterday's game, but for today's opening, I'm really not so much prepared for today's game. But I just want to avoid the preparation of Anna.
Another question I wanted also to ask you, it's about the tickets, because normally all players, they don't know when they come back, so they start booking tickets after some time, or let's say they don't buy the ticket to go back home. So what happened with Tanzania ticket? I mean.
因为他知道这个是淘汰赛嘛，很多棋手的那个回程的机票呢，都是比较就是订的，不知道是什么时候回去。他想让你介绍一下，那你这个回程的票是怎么订的？原本你订的是几轮以后，然后现在这个票又是怎么订的？
我们票是由我们队里统一订的，好像是26号吧，我没记错的话。这个我没有操心这件事情。
Because the tickets was booked by my team, so I'm not really worried about it. But I think originally my team booked the tickets after the 5th round. So I think they changed my ticket.
Now it was changed, yes?
Yeah, of course.
Did you do all this for all players?
Yes.
From Chile's team, yes? Hoping that some will go to the final, yes?
Right.
Tell us the story. Yes, this is what happened for all players.
Yes, so we booked the tickets, which is can be changed for every player, because we do not really know that when they will leave. Yeah.
Okay, that's a great job of Chinese Federation. Thank you so much for your comment.
در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن، به زیر پافتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد. شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن، که بهر عشق والای تو همه جهان نیرزد. در روح و جان من میمانی وطن به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن که بهر عشق بالای تو همه جهان نیرزد. ای ایران ایران دور از دامان پاکت دست دگران بدگوهران، ای عشق سوزان ای شیرین ترین رویای من تو بمان در دل و جان. ای ایران ایران گلزار سبزت دور از تاراج خزان جور زمان، ای مهر رخشان ای روشنگر دنیای من به جهان تو بمان. سبزی صد چمن سرخی خون من سپیدی هلو سحر به پرچمت نشسته شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن بمان که تا ابد هستیم به هستی تو